Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by L. Frank Baum, The Emerald City of Oz. Chapter 1, Dorothy's New Home. The Kansas wind no longer howled across the dry, gray prairie. There were no more long, lonely days on the little farm, where the sky seemed too big and the land stretched on forever. That part of Dorothy's life was over now. She was safe, and she was home. Dorothy had come to live in the land of Oz. It wasn't just a dream or a short visit like before. This time it was forever. Princess Ozma, the wise and kind ruler of Oz, had opened her arms wide and said, "Dorothy, you belong here. You are one of us." And Dorothy, with her bright eyes and hopeful heart, had hugged her tightly and smiled, and she had brought her dear Aunt Em and Uncle Henry too. They had always looked after her in Kansas, and now she would take care of them in return. No more hard work in the hot sun, no more worry about crops or dust storm. In Oz there was always sunshine, gentle breezes, and sweet laughter floating on the air. Their new home stood just outside the Emerald City, a little cottage with tall windows, soft green curtains, and a garden full of flowers that sang quietly when the wind touched their petals. The path to their house was lined with glowing emerald stones, and little fairies peeked out from the bushes, giggling when no one was looking. Uncle Henry couldn't believe his eyes. Every morning he'd walk outside with a cup of warm tea and watch rainbow-colored birds fly by. "Well, I'll be," he'd say, shaking his head with a smile. "This place sure beats milking cows at dawn." Aunt Em, who had always been so serious back in Kansas, had started to hymn. She wore pretty dresses now and helped the talking flowers pick out new colors for their petals each day. She even let a tiny pink dragon sleep in the kitchen by the fireplace, just because he looked so cozy there. As for Dorothy, she was happier than she had ever been. She spent her mornings walking along the sparkling streets of the Emerald City, where every building shimmered like it had been painted with starlight. The citizens waved and smiled at her, Munchkins, Winkies, and Gillikins, all proud to know the brave girl who had once faced witches and helped save their land. In the afternoons, she played games with the Scarecrow, who loved to dance in circles, and the Cowardly Lion, who pretended to roar but was really just asking for tickles. She and the Tin Woodman had tea by the lake, where the swans wore little crowns and told stories in rhyme. And every evening, just before bed, Dorothy would sit at the window of her cozy room in the palace, with Toto curled up beside her. The sky above Oz was never dark and scary. It twinkled with gentle stars and drifting clouds shaped like dreams. Sometimes Dorothy still thought about Kansas, about the wind and the dust and the quiet nights. But when she looked around at her family, her friends, and the magic that bloomed all around her, she knew in her heart that she was where she belonged. "I'm home," she whispered to Toto one night. "For real this time." Toto wagged his tail and gave a little bark, as if to say, "Yes, we are." And with that, Dorothy pulled her blanket up to her chin, listened to the soft hum of a lullaby flower outside her window, and let the gentle magic of Oz carry her into the sweetest sleep. Chapter 2, The Magic Invitation. One morning, not long after settling into their lovely cottage near the Emerald City, Dorothy woke up to something very special, a golden envelope lying on her pillow. It shimmered softly, as if moonlight had been folded into paper. Toto sniffed at it and gave a little sneeze. Dorothy picked it up with both hands, curious and smiling. On the front, written in swirly green letters, it said, "To Miss Dorothy Gale, with love, from Princess Ozma." Inside was a card, delicate and glowing, that read, "Dearest Dorothy, I invite you and your dear Aunt Em and Uncle Henry to visit the Royal Palace today. I have something wonderful to share with you. Please come at once and bring Toto too. With all my love, Ozma." Dorothy gasped with delight. An invitation from a princess. Even though Ozma was her best friend, there was still something exciting about receiving such a royal request. She ran to tell Aunt Em and Uncle Henry. "Well, isn't that something?" said Uncle Henry, tugging at his suspenders. "A princess wants to see us." Aunt Em looked surprised, but pleased. "I suppose we'd better find our nicest clothes." I can't very well wear my apron to the palace. Now can I? By mid-morning, they were ready. Dorothy wore a sky blue dress with silver shoes, and her hair was tied back with ribbons that sparkled like sunbeams. Toto trotted happily by her side. The royal carriage arrived just outside their door, drawn by the elegant sawhorse, who, despite being made of wood, could run faster than any creature in Oz. His wooden legs clattered gently on the path, and he bowed his carved head politely when they climbed in. As they rode toward the palace, the Emerald City shimmered in the distance like a dream made real. Towers glistened like icicles in the sun. The streets were lined with friendly faces, munchkins tipping their hats, winged monkeys soaring overhead, and bubble-blowing children laughing in the breeze. When they arrived, the palace gates opened with a musical chime, and golden trumpets played a soft, welcoming tune. Flowers leaned toward them as they passed, whispering hello in sweet, rustling voices. Princess Ozma stood at the top of the marble steps, glowing in her flowing green gown and delicate crown. Her smile was warm enough to melt snow. "Dorothy," she called. "Aunt Em, Uncle Henry, you've come." Dorothy ran into her arms, and they hugged like sisters who hadn't seen each other in years. Ozma led them through the palace halls, where the ceilings sparkled with floating stars and fountains sang lullabies as they splashed. Paintings moved like gentle films, showing stories from long ago, stories of brave girls and magical lands, and friends who never forgot each other. After tea and sweet cakes served by friendly mice in tiny aprons, Ozma took them to a quiet garden behind the palace. The grass was soft like velvet, and the trees had leaves made of silver and gold. There, under a flowering tree that chimed like bells in the wind, Ozma made her announcement. "My dear friends," she said, her voice calm and clear. "Dorothy has been part of Oz for many years now. She has helped us in times of danger, brought laughter to our land, and taught us the power of kindness. So today, I want to give her, and all of you, a very special gift." Aunt Em and Uncle Henry leaned forward, curious. Dorothy's eyes sparkled. "I wish for you to stay in Oz forever," Ozma said gently. "Not as guests, but as family. You will never grow old here. You will never be lonely, and you will always be loved." For a moment, it was very quiet. Then Aunt Em wiped a happy tear from her cheek. Uncle Henry nodded slowly and smiled. "Well," he said softly, "that sounds like just the kind of place we've always dreamed of." Dorothy ran to Ozma and hugged her tightly. "Oh, thank you, Ozma. Thank you with all my heart." Tota barked with excitement, running circles around the group. And so it was decided. From that day on, Dorothy, Aunt Em, and Uncle Henry would never have to leave the land of Oz. They had a home filled with magic and peace, and friends who would stay with them forever. As the sun dipped low and painted the sky in soft colors, Dorothy sat with Ozma in the garden, their hands clasped and hearts full. Everything was just as it should be. Chapter 3: The Wonderful Palace. The next morning, the sun rose like a golden balloon, floating gently over the towers of the Emerald City. Its warm light shimmered across the rooftops and slipped softly into the windows of Dorothy's new room in the royal palace. Dorothy woke slowly, smiling as she stretched. Toto was curled up at her feet, snoring little puppy snores. The bed was softer than a cloud, and the covers smelled like springtime. She looked around at her room, so different from the small, plain room back in Kansas. Here, the walls glowed with soft green light. The curtains were made of silk that whispered when the breeze passed through. Tiny bells on the windowsill jingled like laughter, and the floor felt warm and smooth beneath her bare feet. After breakfast, toast shaped like stars and sweet melon juice that sparkled, Dorothy took Aunt Em and Uncle Henry on a special tour of the palace. There was so much to see, and Dorothy wanted them to fall in love with it just like she had. "This way," she called, skipping ahead. First, they visited the Hall of Mirrors. But these weren't ordinary mirrors. They didn't show your reflection. Instead, each one showed a different scene from Oz. The Emerald City glowing at night, a parade in Munchkin Country, the swirling sands of the deadly desert, safe behind the glass, of course, and even a smiling giant who waved cheerfully when Dorothy passed by. "Oh my," Aunt Em whispered, peeking into one. "Is that a house made of muffins?" Dorothy giggled. That's Bunbury. We'll visit it someday. Next, they walked through the garden of living paintings. Here, magical artwork hung from the trees like ornaments. In one, a unicorn trotted through a golden forest. In another, a pirate ship sailed across whipped cream waves, its sails puffing like birthday cakes. The pictures moved slowly, like dreams, and changed when you looked away. Uncle Henry chuckled. This place is full of surprises, that's for sure. Then came Dorothy's favorite part of the tour, visiting her old friends. They found the Scarecrow sitting in the Library of Brains. He was reading 3 books at once, one for each corner of his straw-stuffed head. Dorothy, he cried, leaping up with delight. You've brought guests. Aunt Em stepped back slightly. Is that a walking scarecrow? He's very clever, Dorothy said proudly. He once ruled all of Oz. The Scarecrow bowed deeply, then offered them each a handful of candy corn from his pocket. Try some. It helps you think. Next, they went to the throne room of tin. There, standing tall and shining in the sunlight, was the Tin Woodman, polishing his heart with a soft cloth. He clanged cheerfully over to them. Dorothy, my dear, and these must be your aunt and uncle. What a pleasure. He shook Uncle Henry's hand, so warmly that it made a little clang-clang noise. You are most welcome in our land, he said. Any friend of Dorothy's is a friend of mine. Aunt Em looked at his shining chest and whispered to Dorothy, Is that an actual heart in there? Dorothy nodded. It's a magic one. He got it from the wizard himself. As they left, the Cowardly Lion bounded into the hallway. His mane fluffed like a golden cloud. He gave a mighty roar, but then blushed. Don't be afraid, he said quickly. I only roar when I'm nervous. Tota barked happily and jumped into the lion's paws. They rolled around on the rug like old friends, tails wagging and giggles echoing through the hall. The Cowardly Lion stood and brushed off his fur. I'll protect you now that you live in Oz, he told Aunt Em and Uncle Henry. Unless there's thunder, or balloons, or sudden applause, but I'll do my best. They ended the tour in the grand dining room, where an enchanted ceiling showed the sky outside. Birds flew overhead, and clouds drifted slowly past. The long table had more food than any feast in Kansas. Steaming pies, golden puddings, and crystal pitchers filled with bubbleberry lemonade. As they sat to rest, Dorothy took her aunt's hand. Isn't it wonderful? She asked softly. Aunt Em looked around at the glowing green walls, the smiling faces, and the gentle sparkle of magic in the air. She nodded, her eyes misty. It's like stepping into a fairy tale, child, and somehow it feels like home. That night, as the stars twinkled above the palace, Dorothy stood on her balcony, listening to the soft sounds of the city. Somewhere below, the Scarecrow was teaching fireflies how to spell words in the air. The Tin Woodman was singing lullabies to the trees, and the Cowardly Lion was snoring loudly in a garden of mossy pillows. Tota yawned and curled up beside her. Dorothy looked out at the emerald world she now called home and whispered, This is only the beginning. Chapter 4. Ozma's Wish. The next day in the Emerald City was a quiet one. The sun was soft and warm, like a golden blanket laid gently across the rooftops. A cool breeze drifted through the palace, carrying the scent of honey blossoms and cinnamon leaves from the royal gardens. Princess Ozma sat by a tall window in her private chamber, her long hair falling like dark silk down her back. In front of her was something very special, the magic picture. It was a large framed painting that didn't stay the same for long. Whatever Ozma asked to see, the picture would show her any person, any place, anywhere in Oz. Ozma's fingers brushed the edge of the frame gently. Show me the far corners of Oz, she whispered. The picture shimmered like a puddle of water under the moonlight. Then the paint moved, swirled, and slowly began to take shape. First, it showed a purple forest, where the trees had faces and the squirrels wore little shoes. Then it shifted to a rainbow river that ran in spirals instead of straight lines, with ducks made of clouds floating lazily on the surface. Next, the magic picture showed a golden desert with tall whispering cacti, followed by a mountaintop made of sugar and snow. Each scene was more curious and beautiful than the last. Ozma leaned forward, enchanted. So many places I've never seen. So many friends I've never met. A thought grew in her heart, like a candle flame. She stood quickly and rang a silver bell. Dorothy, who was in the library reading a book about talking furniture, heard it and came running. "You rang, Ozma." Ozma smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Dorothy, I have an idea. A wish, really." "I love wishes," Dorothy said, sitting beside her. "What kind?" Ozma took her hand. "You and I have spent so much time in the Emerald City. It's wonderful, of course, but there's so much more of Oz to explore. Hidden valleys, mysterious towns, magical creatures we've never even heard of. I think we should go see it all." Dorothy's eyes widened. "You mean, go on an adventure?" Ozma nodded. "A peaceful one. A journey to learn about the land and the people we protect. To meet those we rule and bring them joy." Dorothy beamed. "That sounds like the most wonderful idea ever." Ozma looked thoughtful. "We'll take the sawhorse to pull our red wagon. It will be a gentle ride, fast, but smooth, and we'll pack only what we need. Food, maps, maybe some books. Oh, and of course we'll bring friends." Dorothy bounced in her seat. "Tick-tock, and the Scarecrow, and the Tin Woodman. Oh, and the Cowardly Lion, if he isn't too afraid of bumpy roads." Ozma giggled. "He can stay in the palace garden with his pillows if he prefers, but I have a feeling he'll want to come." Dorothy jumped up. "We'd better start getting ready." "Wait," Ozma said, with a gentle laugh. "Let's send the invitations first. It wouldn't be very royal of us to run off without telling anyone." So they sat at Ozma's golden writing desk and began to write neat little notes. "To Tick-Tock, we are planning a peaceful journey across Oz. Will you come and keep time for us?" To the Scarecrow, "Bring your brains and your best jokes. We need both." To the Tin Woodman, "A shining friend like you makes any road brighter." To the Cowardly Lion, "There might be surprises along the way, but we'll be brave together." Each note was rolled into a scroll, tied with emerald ribbon, and given to a speedy squirrel messenger who wore a tiny velvet cap. The palace buzzed with excitement. Servants gathered travel blankets and pillows. The royal cook packed jars of peach preserves and strawberry butter. A quiet, careful fairy enchanted the wagon so it would never bump too hard or break a wheel. Dorothy visited Aunt Em and Uncle Henry to tell them the news. "We're going on a journey across Oz," she said, almost dancing. "But don't worry, we'll be safe. Ozma's bringing magic, and the sawhorse is the fastest there is." Uncle Henry smiled and patted her shoulder. "Well, you've always had the heart of a traveler, Dorothy. Just don't forget to send us a postcard or two." Aunt Em folded a scarf and tucked it into Dorothy's bag. "Take this with you. You never know when a bit of home might come in handy." That night, under a starry sky, Dorothy stood beside the red wagon in the royal stables. The sawhorse gave a little wooden whinny, and his legs tapped softly against the stone floor. The wagon gleamed with golden wheels and green cushions. Everything was ready. As Dorothy climbed into bed, Toto curled beside her and let out a happy sigh. Dorothy whispered, "Tomorrow, we see the rest of Oz." And with the soft light of the moon falling across her pillow, she drifted into dreams full of winding roads, floating cities, and friends walking side by side under a sky that never stopped sparkling. Chapter 5. Preparing the Wagon. Morning came softly to the land of Oz, slipping over the hills like a hush of golden silk. The sun yawned as it rose, stretching long beams of light across the royal stables and gently tapping on Dorothy's window. Dorothy sat up in bed with a happy flutter in her chest. Today was the day they would begin their journey through Oz. An adventure, not one with wicked witches or stormy weather, but a kind of adventure where the road ahead held surprises and stories, and everything was new again. Toto was already awake, wagging his tail at the edge of the bed. He seemed to know something exciting was about to happen. After breakfast, a plate of sunshine eggs and sweet cinnamon toast, Dorothy put on her traveling dress, a light blue cotton one, with big pockets and little silver buttons shaped like stars. She packed her satchel carefully with everything she might need: her aunt's handkerchief, a shiny compass Ozma had given her, a small sketchbook, and of course a biscuit for Toto. Down in the palace courtyard, the preparations were already in full swing. The sawhorse stood proudly next to the red wagon, which had been polished until it gleamed like a ripe apple. Although the sawhorse had no mouth to smile with, His painted eyes sparkled with excitement. He was a magical creature, carved from a tree branch, with legs so fast they could blur like the wind. The wagon was no ordinary wagon. It had high, curved sides carved with pictures of Oz, the Emerald City, the yellow brick road, the forest of talking trees, and even a tiny rainbow arching over Dorothy's Kansas farmhouse. The wheels were rimmed in gold and spelled out a message as they turned. Wonder well, rest often, and always return. Princess Ozma arrived first, wearing a soft traveling cloak made of green silk. Her crown had been replaced by a simple wreath of silver leaves. She carried a tiny wand tucked into her belt, just in case, she said with a wink. Next came Tick-Tock, the copper man, who ticked and tocked as he walked. He was round and shiny, and inside him were gears that helped him move, think, and talk. He had wound himself up nice and tight for the journey. "I'm a die," he said in his calm clockwork voice. "I have oiled my joints and polished my thoughts." Dorothy giggled and gave him a little bow. "Glad to have you with us, Tick-Tock." Then the Scarecrow arrived, riding on the back of a large butterfly. He waved his floppy arm and tumbled off the butterfly's back with a happy thud. "I packed extra straw in case I get rained on," he said cheerfully. "Also, I brought a riddle book and 4 jokes about porcupines." Dorothy hugged him tightly. "It wouldn't be a trip without you." And then, clanking gently as he walked, came the Tin Woodman. He shone so brightly in the morning light that the birds chirped louder just to admire him. He wore a polished silver sash and carried a delicate oil can tucked in his belt, like a knight with his sword. "I've brought my heart," he said, tapping his chest with a musical ping, "so I'll be ready for any kindness needed along the way." At last, the Cowardly Lion padded into the courtyard. He wore a traveling blanket over his shoulders like a cape and a wide-brimmed hat that flopped over one eye. "I packed a pillow," he mumbled, "just in case we come across any terrifying nap spots." Everyone laughed, and even the lion chuckled a little. He gave Dorothy a soft nuzzle with his nose. "But I couldn't let you go without me." The red wagon was loaded carefully. Inside were cushions, books, food wrapped in checkered cloth, and enchanted teacups that refilled themselves with warm honey-mint tea. Ozma's magic box of maps was placed in the front, and a small lantern that glowed with moonlight, even in daytime, was hung by the side. Before they left, Aunt Em and Uncle Henry came to say goodbye. Aunt Em gave Dorothy another hug and an extra ribbon for her hair. Uncle Henry handed her a pocket knife, carved from wood. "Not for danger," he said, "but you never know when you'll need to carve a walking stick or a toothpick for a giant." Dorothy laughed. "Thanks, Uncle Henry." Ozma stepped up onto the wagon, her cloak fluttering softly in the breeze. Dorothy climbed in beside her, with Toto nestled in her lap. The Scarecrow, Tin Woodman, and Tick-Tock took their seats, while the Cowardly Lion jogged proudly alongside the wagon. Ozma raised her wand. A little spark of light twirled into the air and rang like a bell. The Sawhorse gave a cheerful whinny and began to trot. The red wagon rolled out of the palace courtyard, through the emerald gates, and onto the open road. All of Oz stretched before them, mysterious and magical, just waiting to be discovered. As they crossed the first flower-covered hill, Dorothy looked back one last time at the Emerald City, shimmering in the distance, peaceful and bright. "Goodbye for now," she whispered. Then she turned forward, the wind brushing her cheeks, and felt the gentle joy of beginnings deep in her heart. Chapter 6. Off to the country. The red wagon rolled gently over the soft green hills, its golden wheels spinning with quiet joy. The Sawhorse trotted at a smooth, steady pace, fast enough to carry them far, but slow enough to enjoy every bit of the journey. The early morning air was cool and sweet, like a peppermint breeze. A few butterflies floated lazily beside the wagon, their wings glittering like stained glass. Tiny birds chirped from the trees, singing soft traveling songs that only Dorothy and Ozma could understand. It felt like the whole land of Oz was smiling. Dorothy sat beside Ozma on a soft green cushion. Toto lay curled in her lap, his ears twitching with every new sound. Behind them, the Scarecrow told silly stories about dancing cucumbers, while the Tin Woodman hummed a quiet tune that sounded like raindrops falling on tin. Tick-Tock kept perfect time, tapping his copper fingers in rhythm with the wagon wheels. The Cowardly Lion loped alongside the wagon, his paws making almost no sound on the grass. He glanced into the trees now and then, just in case a squirrel turned out to be a monster in disguise. But mostly, he was enjoying the breeze tugging at his mane. The road they traveled was a soft ribbon of moss, winding gently between tall, whispering trees. Every now and then a signpost would pop up from the ground with a cheerful voice. Turn left for Lavender Lake. This way to the land of little ladders. Caution. Daydream zone ahead. I've never heard of any of these places, Dorothy said, wide-eyed. That's because Oz is larger than it looks on any map, said Ozma, her voice as calm as a lullaby. Even I haven't seen it all. As they passed a field of sunflowers with smiling faces, the Scarecrow took off his hat and waved. Top of the morning to you, ladies. The sunflowers giggled and waved their big leafy leaves. One of them tossed a golden seed into the wagon. It bounced gently into Dorothy's lap. A good luck seed, said the Tin Woodman. You should keep it. You never know when luck will bloom. Farther along the road, they crossed a silver bridge over a bubbling brook. The water sang a song of bubbles, and fish, with rainbow fins, leapt playfully through the spray. Tick-Tock consulted his gears. We have traveled 3 hours and 15 minutes with no delays. I call that a grand success, said Ozma, smiling. Let's stop for lunch. The sawhorse slowed to a gentle stop near a shady tree with hammocks growing from its branches like fruit. The travelers climbed out of the wagon and stretched their legs. The hammocks swung open as if inviting them in. Oh my goodness, Dorothy laughed. Are these nap trees? They are, said the Cowardly Lion, leaping into one and instantly purring. I love these. While the others rested, the Tin Woodman unpacked lunch. Soft rolls filled with honeyberry jam, cool sparkling lemonade, and sugar cubes shaped like birds. Each cube chirped a sweet little song before melting in the mouth. Dorothy sat on the grass with Ozma and took a bite of her jam roll. The sky was filled with cottony clouds shaped like teapots, cupcakes, and castles. Do you think the people in these far-off places will be happy to see us? Dorothy asked. I do, said Ozma. But more importantly, we will be happy to see them, to listen, to learn, to remind them they are not forgotten. Dorothy nodded and looked out at the road ahead. It twisted gently into a valley filled with lavender mist. After lunch, they continued their journey, the wagon rolling down a hill lined with singing pebbles. As they passed, each pebble let out a note, ding dong, tip, tap, do, until it sounded like a xylophone parade beneath their wheels. As the sun began to dip, the sky turned soft and peach-colored, brushing the land with the sleepy colors of evening. Fireflies appeared in gentle flutters, lighting the edges of the road. A few floated into the wagon, blinking politely. Shall we camp here for the night? Ozma asked, pointing to a clearing with glowing grass and a soft breeze. Everyone agreed. The wagon stopped, and the group unpacked glowing lanterns, enchanted blankets, and little tents that popped up with a whisper. Tick-Tock wound down slowly and settled beside a tree. The Tin Woodman polished his elbow and gazed at the stars. Dorothy sat on her blanket, brushing Toto's fur. Ozma sat beside her, playing a tune on a crystal flute. The notes drifted into the sky and danced with the stars. Do you think there's magic in the air? Dorothy asked quietly. Ozma smiled. There always is, if your heart is open to it. And that night, beneath a sky full of gentle starlight and warm breezes, the travelers slept peacefully, their dreams filled with the mysteries of the road ahead and the soft promise of morning. Chapter 7. The Curious People of Fuddlecumjig. The morning after their first night of travel was quiet and lovely. The sun peeked over the treetops like a shy child, and dew shimmered on the grass like 1,000 tiny stars that had fallen to rest. Dorothy awoke slowly, snuggled beneath her blanket with Toto still fast asleep on her toes. Around her, the others were stirring. The Tin Woodman was gently oiling his elbows. The Scarecrow was fluffing his straw, and Tick-Tock gave a low tick-a-tick as he wound himself up for the day. The Cowardly Lion yawned wide enough to swallow a pumpkin, then quickly checked to make sure no one had seen. Today feels like a curious kind of day, said Dorothy as she packed her satchel and looked down the winding road. Ozma smiled knowingly. That's because we're headed to one of the most curious places in all of Oz. Where's that? the Scarecrow asked, tying his bootlace around his knee for no reason at all. A little town, Ozma said, called Fuddlecumjig. The name alone made everyone giggle, except TikTok, who simply blinked. Fuddlecumjig sat at the edge of a wiggly meadow, where the flowers grew in zigzags, and bees flew in loop-de-loops. The red wagon bumped along a bouncy path, until it reached a sign that read, "Welcome to Fuddlecumjig. Population falling apart. Please handle gently." Dorothy blinked. What does that mean? Before Ozma could answer, the answer bounced. Yes, bounced right toward them. A person made entirely of wooden puzzle pieces came tumbling into view. He had big round eyes, a square nose, and elbows that looked like jigsaw corners. As he tumbled, his pieces fell apart with little clacking noises. Oopsie, oopsie, topsy and turvy, the puzzle man giggled as his head popped off and landed beside Dorothy's shoe. Dorothy gasped and knelt to help. "Are you okay?" "Perfectly puzzled, thank you," said the head cheerfully. "I just need a quick reassembly." The rest of his pieces came hopping over on their own, clicking back into place. In moments, the puzzle man stood tall again and bowed so low his pieces squeaked. "I'm Mr. Fuddle, Mayor of Fuddlecumjig," he announced proudly. "Welcome to our little tumble town." Behind him, dozens of puzzle people peeked from behind houses, flower pots, and trees. They were all brightly colored and wore odd little hats, some square, some triangle, and one shaped like a question mark. The Scarecrow was delighted. "I always said life's better when things don't fit perfectly." Dorothy waved. "It's nice to meet you all." Mr. Fuddle led them into the heart of the village, which was shaped like a spiral and changed shape as they walked through it. The buildings clicked and shifted. One moment they were shops, and the next they were towers or teacup-shaped houses. Every so often a puzzle person would sneeze or laugh too hard and fall into pieces, but their neighbors simply helped put them back together again, piece by piece, with cheerful patience. "We fall apart sometimes," Mr. Fuddle explained, "but no one minds. That's just how we are." Ozma smiled warmly. "There's something beautiful in that." Soon they arrived at the puzzle park, where swings looped upside down and the seesaws giggled when someone sat on them. A wooden puzzle band played music by rattling their knees, and a candy cart served peppermint puzzle pops that rearranged themselves into new shapes with every lick. Dorothy tried one shaped like a butterfly. After 2 licks, it turned into a sailing boat. "How do you eat this?" she laughed. "You don't," said Mr. Fuddle. "You puzzle it." The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman joined a game of spin and snap, where everyone spun in a circle until someone's arm popped off and had to be matched back to its owner. Tick-Tock, very confused, politely sat on a bench and tried to calculate the rules. The Cowardly Lion looked around warily. "Do they ever fall apart on purpose?" "Only on birthdays," a nearby puzzle boy said, beaming. "Then we burst into bits and hide. It's like a treasure hunt." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Mr. Fuddle invited everyone to the evening click-down, a quiet gathering where the people of Fuddlecumjig gently took themselves apart to rest for the night. "Much cozier than a bed," he explained. "No elbows in your face." Before they left, Mr. Fuddle handed Dorothy a small square box. "A gift," he said, "for puzzling moments." Inside was a tiny puzzle made of golden pieces, shaped just like her. It clicked into a smiling Dorothy with glittery eyes and braids made of stars. "Oh," she whispered, touched. "I love it." "You're always welcome here," Mr. Fuddle said, "even if you fall apart a little." Dorothy hugged him carefully, so carefully that only one piece popped off his shoulder. The red wagon rolled on again, carrying its passengers toward the next unknown. That night, as the stars blinked overhead and the wind rustled the leaves like whispers, Dorothy whispered to Toto, "I think it's okay to fall apart sometimes, as long as someone's there to help put you back together." Toto wagged his tail in agreement and nestled deeper into her arms as they drifted into sleep. Chapter 8. The Playful Cut-and-Clips. The morning after their puzzling adventure in Fuddlecumjig, Dorothy and her friends woke to a sky the color of rose petals and clouds that looked like floating lace. The sun peeked shyly from behind a cottony hill and spilled golden warmth over the road. As the red wagon rolled along, the grass grew shorter, the trees more delicate, and the air sweeter. like a breeze made of honey and soft ribbon. Ozma leaned forward, watching the landscape change. I believe we're nearing the land of the cotton clips. The what now? Asked the Scarecrow, who was wearing a hat folded into a paper bird for fun. The cotton clips, Ozma said with a smile. A town made entirely of paper. Paper? Dorothy blinked. Like books and birthday cards. Exactly, said Ozma, but very, very alive. Soon the road curved gently into a hidden valley, and there it was. Cotton Clip Village. The entire town looked like it had been cut and folded by the most careful pair of hands. The houses were crafted from pastel paper, with chimneys that puffed out little heart-shaped clouds. Paper trees with curled leaves lined the walkways, and fences were made of folded fans. Flowers made from crepe and tissue bloomed in every yard, swaying like dancers in the breeze. At the center of the village stood a tall figure with kind eyes and long, graceful fingers. She wore a gown that shimmered like the inside of a seashell, and held a golden pair of scissors that glowed softly in the sunlight. Welcome to Cotton Clip, she called in a voice as light as fluttering ribbon. I am Miss Cotton Clip, the paper artisan. Dorothy stepped down from the wagon and looked around in wonder. Did you make all of this? Miss Cotton Clip nodded gently. Every house, every tree, every little person you see. As if on cue, tiny paper people peeked out of windows and doorways. They were only as tall as a kitten and wore clothes folded from polka-dotted parchment. Some had swirls for hair, others had glittery shoes. One paper girl even had wings made of tracing paper that sparkled in the sun. The little cotton clips giggled and waved at the travelers. Oh, the Tin Woodman sighed. They are so delicate. I'm afraid I might sneeze and blow them away. Miss Cotton Clip smiled. They're stronger than they look, as long as they stay dry. The Cowardly Lion tiptoed behind the wagon, whispering to Dorothy. Don't let it rain. Dorothy knelt and gently held out her finger to a little paper boy, who waved a folded hat. They're beautiful, she whispered. We try to be, said the paper boy, bowing, but we get crumpled easily when we're nervous. Miss Cotton Clip led them through the village, pointing out the paper bakery, which made edible origami cookies, the accordion music shop, and the kite garden, where butterflies and paper dragons shared the same flower beds. Then she showed them her workshop, a round gazebo with wind chimes made from curled vellum. Inside were shelves of paper dolls in every size and style, each one hand-cut, colored, and charmed to walk, talk, and sing. This is where I make new cotton clips, Miss Cotton Clip said softly. Each one is made with care, and I only snip when the breeze is just right. Dorothy was enchanted. Do they all live here forever? Most do, said Miss Cotton Clip. But sometimes I send them out into the world to explore, to help, or to keep someone company. She looked at Dorothy for a long moment, as if listening to something invisible. Then she reached into a satin box and lifted out a tiny doll made of golden parchment. It wore a dress the color of sunrise and had gentle eyes drawn with delicate ink. This one has been waiting, Miss Cotton Clip said. I believe she belongs with you. Dorothy reached out, amazed. The doll gave a little curtsy, then walked into Dorothy's palm and sat down, swinging her legs happily. Oh, she's so perfect, Dorothy whispered. I'll take good care of her. The doll looked up and said in a voice like crinkling paper, I'm called Lilyclip. Ozma smiled. She'll make a lovely companion on the road. As they prepared to leave, the cotton clips gathered by the path to wave goodbye. Some held paper parasols. Others flew little banners that read, Come back soon. One even played a farewell tune on a paper trumpet that squeaked gently. Miss Cotton Clip handed Dorothy a sealed envelope. If you ever need to send a message, or if your new friend needs repairs, just open this. The wind will carry your words back to me. Dorothy tucked the envelope carefully into her satchel. Thank you for everything. Miss Cotton Clip bowed gracefully. May your journey be light as a feather and full of wonder. The red wagon rolled forward again, leaving behind the rustle and shimmer of the papery town. Lilyclip sat on Dorothy's shoulder, her tiny hair fluttering in the breeze. As the road curved away and the paper village disappeared into the folds of the hills, Dorothy whispered, This world is so full of surprises. Toto gave a happy bark, and Lilyclip echoed, Onward, And under the soft gaze of the afternoon sun, the travelers continued toward their next unknown, their hearts light, their wagon full, and their new friend humming quietly like a lullaby on the wind. Chapter 9: Miss Cuttenclip's Gift. The red wagon rolled gently across a meadow lined with whispering grass. Overhead, the clouds drifted like soft cotton animals, some shaped like sleepy kittens, others like upside-down balloons. Dorothy sat quietly beside Ozma, her satchel resting on her lap. Every few minutes, she would glance down at it, where a gentle crinkling sound could be heard. Inside was the paper doll, Lilyclip, a gift from Miss Cuttenclip, made of golden parchment and enchanted ink. She was light as a feather and lively as a songbird. And even now, tucked inside a little pocket-sized box lined with cotton, Lilyclip was stretching her legs and humming to herself. "You know," said Dorothy softly, "I've had a lot of magical things in my life. Shoes that sparkle, keys that unlock invisible doors. But I've never had a friend quite like her." Ozma smiled. "Miss Cuttenclip's creations aren't just paper. They're made with heart and intention. Each one is meant for someone special." "I wonder how she knew I'd be the one to carry her," Dorothy said, as she lifted the tiny doll from her pouch. Lilyclip sat in Dorothy's palm and gave a dainty yawn. "Miss Cuttenclip listens to the wind," she said in her crinkly voice. "And the wind said you had room in your heart." Dorothy blinked. "Do you always talk in poetry?" Lilyclip tilted her tiny head. "Not always, just when the world feels gentle." The wagon rolled on, passing fields of sky-colored flowers and trees that dropped feathers instead of leaves. The Cowardly Lion padded alongside the wagon, occasionally glancing at Lilyclip with a puzzled look. "She doesn't smell like anything," he whispered to the Tin Woodman. "That's because she's made of paper," the Tin Woodman replied. "And some kinds of magic don't have a scent." Soon the wagon stopped beside a small brook to rest. The water trickled softly, as if whispering secrets only the rocks could hear. Dorothy took out her notebook and placed Lilyclip on the page. "What would you like to do?" Dorothy asked. Lilyclip looked up with bright eyes. "Would you like to learn the art of folding thoughts?" Dorothy tilted her head. "I don't know what that is." "It's something Cuttenclips do when we're happy," said Lilyclip. "We fold our feelings into shapes and let the breeze carry them." She showed Dorothy how to fold tiny slips of paper into birds, stars, and leaves. With each fold, Lilyclip told a story, like the time she flew on the back of a hawk-shaped kite, or the night she watched moonbeams slip through a paper wind chime. Each shape holds a memory. Lilyclip said, "And each memory becomes a gift when shared." Dorothy folded her first paper star with careful fingers. "This one is for the moment we met you." The Scarecrow, who had been watching from the shade of a mushroom-shaped rock, made his own paper shape, a grinning pumpkin with long arms. "Mine's for the time I got tangled in bunting during a parade," he said proudly. "It wasn't my best moment, but it made the children laugh." Even TikTok, after some coaching, folded a neat triangle. "This shape represents a moment of exactempine," he declared. "When I caught a falling raisin before it hit the floor," Lilyclip clapped with delight. A perfect moment. As the sun began to dip low in the sky, Dorothy placed all the folded shapes into a small drawstring pouch. "These are like tiny treasures," she said. "They are," Ozma agreed, looking thoughtfully at the stars that had begun to twinkle above the trees. "And tonight, you'll see what they can become." That evening, after a simple supper of toasted berry buns and warm honey tea, Ozma opened her hand and let the paper shapes out one by one. With a wave of her wand and a whisper of wind, the shapes began to lift. They floated upward, spinning and glowing, dancing like fireflies around the camp. Dorothy, the Scarecrow, and even the Cowardly Lion gasped as the folded birds flew in elegant loops. The stars twinkled gently, and the tiny pumpkin with long arms waved at everyone as it floated by. The memories came to life, soft and dreamy, and filled the night with quiet joy. "They'll return to the sky," Lilyclip said softly, watching her own star swirl upward. "And from there they'll become dreams for someone else." Dorothy looked up, her eyes wide. "Then we've shared our memories with the world." "You've gifted your heart," said Ozma, "and that's the greatest kind of magic." Later that night, as the fireflies blinked gently and the moon peeked between the clouds, Dorothy tucked Lilyclip safely into her box and placed her beside her pillow. "Thank you for your gift," Dorothy whispered. Lilyclip's voice was barely audible, but full of love. "It's only the beginning." And as Dorothy drifted off to sleep beneath a quilt of stars and folded wishes, she dreamed of floating paper birds, twinkling thoughts, and a quiet voice that promised more wonder just around the next bend in the road. Chapter 10. The Brave Tin Woodman's Castle. The morning was silver soft as the red wagon made its way through the eastern part of Oz. The trees whispered in polished tones, and the road beneath them sparkled. Not with dust, but with tiny flecks of tin that caught the sunlight like stars. Dorothy sat quietly, her chin resting in her hand as she watched the scenery change. The leaves on the trees had turned to delicate metal lace, and the grass beneath the wagon's wheels gleamed like brushed pewter. "We're getting close," she said softly, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Indeed," said Ozma, nodding toward the road ahead. "We're entering the Tin Woodman's kingdom." As if in answer, a gentle clang-clang echoed in the distance, a warm, ringing sound like wind chimes made of spoons. And then, rising out of the silver hills like something from a dream, appeared the Tin Castle. It was tall and elegant, built entirely of shining tin. Its towers glistened like icicles under the morning sun, and its windows sparkled with polished glass. At the very top, a tin flag shaped like a heart waved gently in the breeze. "Now that's a castle," the Scarecrow breathed. Toto barked twice and wagged his tail, clearly excited. The gates of the castle opened with a smooth swoosh, and out came a familiar figure, the Tin Woodman, his silver body gleaming, his axe polished and strapped neatly to his back. Not for war, but for gardening. "Dorothy, Ozma, my friends," he called, his voice echoing with joy. He hurried toward them and swept Dorothy up in a careful hug, so gentle it felt like being wrapped in a beam of moonlight. "It's been far too long," he said. Dorothy beamed. "You look shinier than ever." "I've been polished every morning by a team of squirrels," he said proudly. "They take great pride in their work." The Tin Woodman bowed to Ozma. "You honor my home with your visit. Please, come in. I have prepared everything." They followed him through the glimmering halls of his castle, where every step echoed like a bell. The floors were spotless. The chandeliers overhead were made of sparkling gears that turned slowly, throwing dancing patterns of light on the walls. The Scarecrow marveled at a set of moving paintings, tin-framed images of the Tin Woodman's adventures. One showed him standing bravely before the Wicked Witch of the East. Another showed him being reassembled by the wizard himself. "I've collected memories," said the Tin Woodman, gently running his silver fingers along a frame. "They remind me of who I used to be and who I became." In the garden courtyard, roses of silver, copper, and gold bloomed in tidy rows. Their petals were delicate metal, shaped by the woodman's careful hands. When the breeze blew, the flowers chimed softly, an orchestra of blossoms singing a lullaby to the world. "This is my favorite place," the Tin Woodman said. "I come here when I wish to feel." Dorothy knelt beside one rose and touched its silvery leaf. "Do they ever wilt?" "Never," he said, "but I polish them as though they could." Inside the dining hall, a feast had been prepared. Though the Tin Woodman didn't eat, he loved to host his friends. The table was set with crystal plates, silver spoons, and floating candles that bobbed just above the cloth, casting warm light. There were bowls of candied walnuts, soft bread with poppy seed butter, and little cupcakes topped with sugar hearts. Each guest's name had been carefully etched into a silver card beside their seat. The Cowardly Lion, who had been quietly sniffing everything in sight, settled down with a satisfied sigh. "This place smells like warm tools and new shoes," he said. "I like it." That evening, after dinner, they gathered on the balcony where the stars stretched wide and clear across the sky. The Tin Woodman brought out his heart. It wasn't just a decoration, but a real magical heart nestled inside his chest. "I can't always feel like others do," he explained softly, "but this heart reminds me how to care." He looked at Dorothy. "You gave me that, in a way." Dorothy blinked. "May, you showed me that kindness is the strongest kind of courage," he said. "And kindness never rusts." Dorothy felt her own heart warm. She took his metal hand in hers and said, You've always had a heart, even before the wizard gave it to you. You just didn't know it yet. The Tin Woodman placed his hand gently over hers. Thank you, my dear. That night, everyone slept peacefully in polished tin guest rooms, their beds soft and welcoming. The moonlight poured through the windows in shimmering silver sheets. Lilyclip rested in a jewelry box lined with tissue, humming a paper lullaby. The Scarecrow wrote a poem on a scroll of ribbon. The Cowardly Lion used 3 pillows and curled into a fluffy, satisfied ball. And Dorothy, nestled under a quilt made of tin-threaded silk, looked out the window one last time before closing her eyes. The stars reflected in the metal petals of the roses below, and in that stillness, the whole world seemed to shine, not just from the Tin Woodman's castle, but from the quiet strength of gentle things. Chapter 11. The Kingdom of Utensia. The next morning, the red wagon set off once more, its golden wheels glinting in the early light. The Tin Woodman waved from the gates of his castle, his polished arm catching the sun like a mirror. Dorothy blew him a kiss, and the Scarecrow saluted with his floppy hat. The road ahead shimmered with newness. They traveled through a forest made entirely of wind chimes, where each tree branch sang softly as they passed. Every breeze carried a different note, some deep and sleepy, others light and curious, like laughter made of bells. After a while, the Sawhorse trotted into a land where everything began to look strange. "Do you smell that?" asked the Cowardly Lion, sniffing the air. "It smells like toast." "I smell cinnamon," said Dorothy, "and something buttery." The road beneath them suddenly turned into a polished countertop, and up ahead, a sign appeared. "Welcome to Utensia. Please keep your elbows off the table." As they rounded a corner, the group gasped, though some giggled too, for they had entered a kingdom made entirely of kitchen utensils. The streets were lined with houses made from giant mixing bowls and teapots. Fences were built from rows of spoons stuck into mashed potato hedges. The trees had handles instead of trunks, and their leaves were fluttering paper napkins. Walking toward them down the path was a tall, silver figure with a ladle for a head and a napkin for a cape. "Visitors," she exclaimed in a deep musical voice. "How positively spatula! I am Queen Serena Soup Ladle the 17th. Ruler of Utensia." Dorothy curtsied politely. "It's an honor, Your Majesty." "And this," said Ozma, smiling, "is Dorothy of Kansas, with her noble companions. We are journeying across Oz, meeting its people." The Queen clanked her ladle proudly. "Then you must dine with us. A royal banquet in your honor prepared by the finest forks and guided by the wisest whisk." From every direction came bustling silverware citizens. Teaspoons in aprons, spatulas in chef hats, measuring cups with scrolls and spectacles. They hurried about on their tiny legs, clicking and clinking cheerfully. "Tablecloths," barked a rolling pin general. "Soup stirrers to stations, sugar sifters, ready yourselves." Dorothy watched with amazement as the utensils worked together like a well-oiled kitchen orchestra. The Scarecrow tried to help by stacking bowls, but a sharp-edged butter knife politely steered him away from the delicate china. Tick-tock ticked approvingly. "Every thing is praise size and orderly. I admire." Soon, in the middle of Utensia's town square, beneath a chandelier made of stacked tea strainers, a long dining table was set. The plates sparkled, the napkins danced onto laps on their own. Even the chairs adjusted themselves, with a sigh of comfort, when guests sat down. The food, however, was a surprise. "Soup? Again?" the Cowardly Lion whispered, gazing at a bowl of perfectly still tomato broth. "It is our national treasure," declared Queen Soup Ladle, proudly bobbing her head. "Our kingdom was founded upon the sacred art of stirring things slowly." Dorothy took a sip. It was warm, rich, and had tiny gold stars floating in it. "This is the best soup I've ever had." "You say that now," the Scarecrow whispered behind his napkin, "but I suspect we'll be having soup for dessert too." Sure enough, they did. Ice-cold vanilla bean soup served in chilled measuring cups, with a sprinkle of powdered sugar and a crouton shaped like a crown. After the banquet, the Queen gave them a tour of her palace, which had walls made from stacked plates and chandeliers of dangling silverware. A choir of singing cheese graters hummed a lullaby as they passed the grand hall. The Tin Woodman admired the polish of the kingdom, running his fingers along the smooth surface of a marble rolling pin statue. Impeccable craftsmanship, he noted, and everything so lovingly maintained. Before they left, Queen Soupladle gave Dorothy a small heart-shaped spoon made of shining silver. "For when you need comfort," she said. "There's nothing a good spoonful of warmth can't help fix." Dorothy tucked it safely into her satchel next to Lilyclip, who whispered, "Utensils are very wise, you know." Ozma thanked the Queen graciously, and the travelers climbed back into the red wagon. The kitchen kingdom bowed as they rolled away, every fork, knife, and teacup waving farewell with the jingle of polished pride. As the sun began to dip low on the horizon, and the smell of warm soup faded behind them, Dorothy leaned back on her cushion. "You know," she said sleepily, "some places are small, but they're full of care." "And care," said Ozma, tucking a blanket around her shoulders, "is what gives things flavor." That night, as the stars peeked out and the wagon came to rest under a tree made of whisks, Dorothy drifted off to sleep with the silver spoon tucked beneath her hand and dreams of singing soup pots floating gently through her imagination. Chapter 12. The Underground Trouble. While Dorothy and her friends traveled through the cheerful lands of Oz, sharing soup with spoons, folding stars with paper dolls, and sleeping under silver trees, something far below the surface of the earth was beginning to stir. Deep underground, in a dark, rocky kingdom where no sun ever shone, the walls rumbled with the angry tapping of iron boots. This was the land of the gnomes. It was not a bright land. The ceilings were jagged with black crystals, and the air smelled like smoke and metal. Fires flickered from deep cracks in the earth, and glowing red stones lit the caves like uneasy lanterns. At the very center of this underground world sat the Gnome King, hunched on a throne carved from solid obsidian. His beard was tangled like twisted wire, and his jeweled crown tilted just a little too far to one side. His name was Ragodo, and he was not in a good mood. "They've forgotten me," he growled, slamming his heavy staff on the stone floor. "They live above me in their green gardens and glittering cities, and they dare to laugh and sing like I was never there." Beside him stood a nervous gnome soldier named Grumble, who trembled every time the king raised his voice. "But your most dark and crumbly majesty," said Grumble, "you promised you wouldn't try anything this time. You said you were going to take up quiet knitting." "I was," snapped the Gnome King, "but I got bored after half a sock." He stood up, his cloak dragging behind him like a spilled shadow. "No, it is time I reminded the people of Oz that I have not been defeated, only delayed." Grumble gulped. "But your grumpiness, we've tried invading Oz before. It didn't go so well." "Then we'll try again," Ragodo snarled, "but differently this time, quietly, sneakily, underneath." He began to pace. "We'll dig tunnels beneath their pretty little cities. We'll rise from the ground like a shadow at sunset. They'll never see us coming." All around the chamber, gnome soldiers peeked nervously from behind pillars. Some of them looked eager, others looked like they wanted to crawl back into their lunchboxes. "We'll gather the long-eared drillers from the western caverns," Rago continued, "and the rock crunchers from the south. I'll even wake the hammer imps if I must." "But your hollow-heartedness," said Grumble. "What if Glinda finds out, or Ozma, or that girl, the one with the sparkly shoes?" Rago scowled, which made the torches flicker. "That girl is far away. She's too busy playing with paper dolls and spoon kingdoms." He laughed, though it was not a nice laugh. It sounded like rocks tumbling down a cliff. Above them, the ground trembled, just a little. Just enough for the tiniest pebble to bounce across the stone. "Let the earth crack," said Ragodo. "Let Oz tremble. Let them dream their happy dreams, while we dig closer, every night." Back on the surface, far from the underground gloom, Dorothy stirred in her sleep. She was dreaming of floating pancakes and cloud-shaped boats, but somewhere, deep in her mind, she felt a cold shiver. Just for a moment, Tatu opened one sleepy eye and gave a small, questioning growl. The stars above shone gently, unaware of the shadow below, and beneath the grass and flowers and magic roads of Oz, the Gnome King's tunnels had begun. Chapter 13. The Good News Travels. Far from the cold, rattling tunnels of the Gnome King, and high above the gentle hills of Oz, there lived a woman who always knew what was happening, even before it happened. Her name was Glinda the Good, the powerful sorceress of the South. She didn't live in a palace of stone or a castle of gold. Instead, she dwelled in a sunlit hall at the edge of a valley, where the winds whispered truths and the clouds carried secrets. Her tower was tall and peaceful, its windows always open to let in the breeze. Inside, in a round room with walls made of polished crystal, Glinda sat at a round table covered in books and scrolls. In front of her was her great book of records, a magical book that wrote down everything that happened in the land of Oz. Not just the big things, like who became king or which town held a parade, but also the small, quiet things, when a sparrow learned its first song, or when a daisy unfolded just a little earlier than usual. The book was enormous, and its pages turned themselves. Glinda stood beside it, reading with gentle eyes and calm lips. Then suddenly, her hand froze mid-turn. The ink on the page shifted, forming words that shimmered with unease. A rumbling begins beneath the western hills. The Gnome King stirs. He plans to rise again. Glinda's calm eyes narrowed. She turned the page quickly now. More lines appeared, forming letters as if being written by an invisible hand. The tunnels are digging, deep and dark. Ruggedo wakes his armies from their long sleep. Ozma must be warned. Dorothy is still far from home. The ground may tremble. The sky must stand. Glinda gently closed the book. She did not cry out. She did not panic. She simply walked to her balcony, where the wind waited for her. Raising her hand, she whispered to the breeze, "Fly to the Emerald City. Carry word to Ozma. We must prepare, not with fear, but with light." The wind listened. It curled around her fingers like a ribbon, then shot into the sky. Up and up it went, swirling across the valleys and through the clouds, faster than the fastest bird, softer than any whisper. Down in the Emerald City, where Aunt Em was watering talking tulips and Uncle Henry was learning to play chess with a pair of polite kangaroos. The breeze arrived like a note on the air. Ozma stood on the palace balcony, brushing the petals of a flowering vine. She turned her head slightly, and just as the wind touched her cheek, she heard Glinda's voice, faint but firm. "Ruggedo rises. The earth stirs beneath. Prepare the magic. Guard the gates." The peace of Oz must not be broken. Ozma's heart did not beat faster, but it beat more certainly. She turned to a crystal bell hanging above her window. With one soft chime, she summoned the Emerald Guard, not to raise weapons, but to strengthen spells. Soon, the magical defenses of Oz began to hum. The gates of the Emerald City shimmered with invisible light. Glinda's charm stones were placed in the corners of the castle gardens. Protective runes were whispered by the royal butterflies, who stitched them into the sky with their wings. And in a quiet room in the palace, Aunt Em and Uncle Henry were gently told, "There is a shadow stirring, but do not be afraid. Oz has faced darkness before, and always found its way back to the light." Meanwhile, the red wagon still rolled along the country roads. Dorothy laughed softly at something the Scarecrow said about a pumpkin with hiccups. Lilyclip was teaching Toto how to fold a paper umbrella. The Cowardly Lion had braided daisies into his tail. The world around them still felt safe and warm, but high above, the clouds moved differently. Not with fear, but with purpose. They were watching, and waiting, and listening to the wind. Chapter 14. The Fluttering Country. The road from Utensia wound into hills so light and breezy, they almost seemed to float. Even the sawhorse's hooves made only the faintest tap-tap against the soft ground, as though he were walking on clouds. Dorothy yawned and stretched beneath the shade of the wagon's red canopy. The warm wind tugged playfully at her braid, and Toto snored softly beside her. Ozma pointed ahead. "We're approaching the Fluttering Country now." "The what country?" asked the Scarecrow, squinting into the shimmering sunlight. "The Fluttering Country," Ozma said again, smiling. "Where everything flutters, even the people." Dorothy perked up. "Do you mean their wings? Like butterflies?" "Not quite," said Ozma. "You'll see." Soon the wagon passed through a soft curtain of mist, and the landscape transformed. The trees had long, ribbon-like leaves that waved without wind. The grass shimmered in ripples like a pond in sunlight. and in the distance, houses floated gently above the ground, just a few feet up, bobbing as though tied to invisible strings. A gust of laughter drifted through the air, and then came the people. Tall and thin, dressed in layers of gauzy fabric that floated behind them like kites. Their sleeves fluttered, their hats danced, even their eyebrows twitched like feathers. "Welcome, welcome," called a man whose coattails waved like banners. "Welcome to Flutterville." Dorothy giggled as a little girl floated past upside down, tethered only by a strand of yarn tied to her pinky. "I think I love it here, Orida," she said. The cowardly lion, however, looked around uneasily. His mane was puffing in every direction, and his tail had lifted off the ground. "I don't trust air that pushes back," he muttered. The scarecrow didn't mind at all. He floated up like a leaf and twirled gently in the breeze. "I was built for this place," he declared, spinning with joy. The citizens of the fluttering country led the travelers to a village square, which was actually a giant trampoline made of woven sky silk. The buildings drifted just overhead, anchored by ropes tied to giant dandelion stems. The mayor, whose name was Flapwell, handed each guest a small pouch of silver pebbles. "You'll need these," he said, "to keep your feet on the ground, or you'll float away like last Tuesday." Dorothy tied her pouch around her waist and felt her shoes settle a bit more firmly. "What happens if someone does float away?" asked the Tin Woodman. "We send up a butterfly with a rope," said Flapwell cheerfully. "No one ever gets too far, though we did once lose a tea kettle to a crosswind." The townsfolk invited the travelers to a picnic on a sky blanket, an enormous floating cloth tethered between 4 kite poles. Sandwiches flew in little napkin gliders, and fizzy lemonade hovered in bubbles that burst right into cups. Dorothy nibbled on a strawberry scone and looked around dreamily. It's like the world forgot how to be heavy here. But not everything in Flutterville was light and easy. As they sipped their tea, a group of townsfolk approached, their fluttering robes drooping ever so slightly. One of them, a lady with wind chimes in her sleeves, bowed and said, "We're so glad you've come, but we do have a worry." "A worry?" asked Ozma kindly. "What kind?" The woman hesitated. "We are flutterbudgets," she admitted. "Our thoughts flutter too, especially toward trouble. We worry about worrying." Another man stepped forward. "Some of us worry that we'll float too high and forget how to land. Others fear forgetting birthdays or sneezing during hugs." A third added, "One neighbor worries his thoughts might be too noisy and float out of his ears." The scarecrow nodded seriously. "That does sound inconvenient." Ozma smiled gently. "It's okay to have worries, but you mustn't let them fly faster than your joy." Dorothy leaned in. "Do you know what helps me when I start to worry?" The Flutterbudgets leaned close, curious. "Breathing." Dorothy smiled and inhaled slowly, stretching her arms like butterfly wings. "In and out, like you're filling yourself with sky." The Tin Woodman offered a kind look, and sharing what's in your heart always helps. "Worries are lighter when you don't carry them alone." "Also," added the Cowardly Lion, now wearing a kite on his back like a cape, "hugs help. Even windy ones." The townsfolk began to relax. Their robes stopped flapping quite so wildly, and their thoughts settled like feathers. "Thank you," said the woman with the chimes. "You've reminded us that lightness isn't just in the air, it can be in the heart too." That night, the people of Flutterville held a celebration in the air. Glowing lanterns floated beside the moon. Music drifted like the breeze. Even the stars seemed to sway a little. Dorothy lay on a swing bed tied between 2 cloud trees, staring at the sky. "I used to think floating meant flying away," she whispered to Ozma. "But sometimes it just means letting go." Ozma smiled and brushed a lock of hair from Dorothy's forehead. "And sometimes," she said, "it means rising towards something new." The wind sang softly through the valley, like a lullaby made from laughter in kites. And below the stars, the travelers slept peacefully, dreaming of feather-light friends, soft thoughts, and the quiet courage of the sky. Chapter 15. Back to the Emerald City. After days of traveling through the most wonderful and whimsical parts of Oz, towns of puzzle people and paper dolls, talking spoons and floating flutterbudgets, the red wagon finally turned toward home. The sun rose like a golden promise on the horizon, and Dorothy sat at the front of the wagon, arms resting on the edge, eyes fixed ahead. The wind tugged gently at her hair, and Toto nestled at her feet, ears twitching with contentment. The grass grew greener and more familiar. The hills softened into the gentle curves she had come to love, and soon, far off in the distance, the towers of the Emerald City sparkled like a dream remembered. "There it is," Dorothy whispered. The Scarecrow leaned forward. "Looks greener than ever." "That's because home always shines brighter when you return," said Ozma softly. As they drew closer, a soft humming filled the air, the magical vibration of the Emerald City's protective enchantments, now gently humming louder than before. Glinda's spells had been woven into every stone, and you could feel the peace and purpose in the air like a lullaby on the breeze. The gates opened before them with a silken whoosh, and the whole city seemed to exhale in welcome. Inside, the streets were lined with cheering faces, munchkins and winkies, gillikins and quadlings, flying monkeys and talking animals. Banners fluttered, music played, and petals fell like snow made of flowers. "They were waiting for you," Ozma said with a soft smile. Aunt Em and Uncle Henry stood just inside the gate, holding a big green sign that read, "Welcome home, Dorothy," in sparkling silver letters. Aunt Em had baked a pie that still steamed, and Uncle Henry waved his hat with both hands. Dorothy jumped down from the wagon and ran straight into their arms. "Oh, Aunt Em, I saw everything. Paper gardens and soup kingdoms and even people who floated when they worried." Aunt Em laughed. "Well, now you're back, where the only thing floating is the smell of peach pie." As the others stepped down, the citizens of Oz gathered around to greet them. The Tin Woodman bowed to his admirers. The Scarecrow danced a wobbly little jig, and the Cowardly Lion tried not to look too proud of the flowers braided into his mane by the Flutterbudgets. Toto barked happily and raced in circles. Inside the palace, the friends sat down to a welcome home feast beneath a sky painted with starlight. The walls glowed emerald and gold, and vines of singing ivy draped the windows, humming a soft tune. Lily Clip, the little paper doll, sat on a folded napkin and recited a tiny poem she had written during their travels. "We wandered wide and wandered well, through soup and song and paper spell. But now we're home where hearts still shine, in Oz, where magic meets the kind." Everyone clapped politely, though the Cowardly Lion wiped a tear and tried to pretend it was just dust. After dinner, Ozma invited Dorothy to walk with her through the royal garden. The stars were blinking like sleepy eyes, and the path beneath them glowed faintly with fairy moss. "I'm glad we went," Ozma said. "Me too," said Dorothy. "I didn't know Oz had so many kinds of people, so many ways to live and dream." Ozma nodded. "That's why we travel, not to leave things behind, but to learn how big the world can be and how connected everything is." Dorothy sighed contentedly and looked up at the stars. "I missed the way the Emerald City smells like flowers and sparkles at night." "And it missed you," Ozma said. "The city feels whole again." That night, Dorothy tucked herself into her soft palace bed, with Toto curled at her feet and Lily Clip resting in her paper cradle nearby. As she closed her eyes, she whispered, "Thank you, Oz, for always being here." And the wind outside the palace carried her words like a wish, floating out over the sleeping gardens, through the quiet streets, and toward the horizon, where new dreams were already waiting for tomorrow. Chapter 16. The Gnome King Marches. Beneath the roots of Oz, in the dark and twisting tunnels of the underground, the Gnome King was on the move. His name was Ruggedo, and his heart had grown hard and cold like the stones he ruled. While the people of Oz danced under moonlight and laughed in floating towns, he had been digging, drilling, and grumbling in secret. He did not love the light. He did not love laughter. But most of all, he did not love being forgotten. "Op," he barked to his soldiers, his voice echoing through the black tunnels like a cracked bell. "Dig faster. We're nearly beneath the Emerald City." The gnomes scrambled to obey. They were small and grey, with eyes like flickering coals and boots that kicked sparks with every step. They used twisted shovels and glowing pickaxes, and their tunnels curled like worms beneath the land. Behind them marched stranger things, creatures made of stone and smoke, called the Hammer Imps. Their fists were heavy as anvils, and when they walked, the ground shuddered faintly far above. Soon, Rigudo whispered, "We'll rise up from the earth like a storm, and not even Glinda will see it coming." But Ruggedo had forgotten one thing. Oz always listens. Though the tunnels were deep and the rocks were thick, the roots of the trees had heard the drilling. The birds had flown differently. The grass had stopped growing near certain cracks. And high above, in the Emerald City, a glowing emerald stone on Ozma's desk began to flicker. She rose from her chair quietly, placed her hand on the stone and whispered, "Show me." A ripple passed across the palace like a breeze, with no wind. And then the room was filled with the soft sound of distant digging, faint at first, like the scrape of a beetle, but growing steadily louder. Dorothy was brushing Toto's ears when the light changed. She looked up and saw Ozma standing still as stone, eyes closed, listening to something only she could hear. "Is it him?" Dorothy asked softly. Ozma opened her eyes. Yes. Down in the tunnels, Ruggedo held up a rough, jagged gemstone that pulsed with angry red light. "This," he declared to his soldiers, "is the heart of the earth. With it, I will shatter their magic gates. We will break through and take back what was once mine." But above, in the crystal hall of the Emerald City, Glinda's protection spells shimmered quietly into place. The trees whispered. The sky stirred. The magic of Oz awakened. That night, the stars seemed to burn a little brighter, as if they were watching. Dorothy joined Ozma and the others in the palace garden. The air smelled of night flowers and fresh moss. Fireflies floated between the hedges like slow-falling sparks. "We don't want war," Ozma said gently. "We never do. But if it comes," asked the Tin Woodman. "Then we will stand together," said Ozma. "Not with weapons, with wisdom, with magic that protects, not harms." The cowardly lion stepped forward. "I'll roar from every tower if it helps. Even the scary roar." Tik-Tok wound himself tightly. "I am proud to resist in true Siam without violence." "And I," said Glinda, arriving in a shimmer of starlight and grace, "have placed enchantments on every gate, every garden, and every gleaming brick. Let Ruggedo march. He will not part." Far below, Ruggedo raised his jagged staff. The gnomes cheered, their boots stomping like thunder. They marched, and above, the quiet earth waited. The flowers did not tremble, the city did not flinch, but the walls of Oz glowed. Dorothy stood beside Ozma and took her hand. "Are you afraid?" Ozma asked. Dorothy looked up at the stars. "Not while I'm standing with you." And so, the people of Oz watched the skies, felt the ground, and prepared not for battle, but for bravery. The Gnome King was marching, but Oz was already standing. Chapter 17. Oz is safe again. The ground beneath the Emerald City trembled, not violently, just a little. Like a sigh, like something far below was trying to wake the earth from a peaceful dream. In the palace, Dorothy felt it beneath her feet, a faint ripple that passed like a whisper through the marble floor. "It's time," said Ozma softly. All across the city, the magical protections Glinda had woven shimmered into place. Walls of air, gates of enchanted emerald, barriers made from light and love and memory. The spell runes hidden in flower beds began to glow. Even the butterflies circling the gardens flapped their wings a little more firmly. They were not afraid. They were ready. Far, far below, beneath soil and stone and sparkling roots, the Gnome King lifted his staff. "Strike," Rego cried to his army. "Break through, let them tremble." The hammer imps raised their fists and pounded at the walls of the world. Boom, boom, boom. But they hit not dirt, not brick, but magic. A soft, invisible shield held firm. When the hammers landed, they bounced with a soft warmth, like pillows meeting pillows. Confused, the hammer imps struck again. Boom, boom, still nothing. The gnomes pushed forward, piling into the narrow tunnels, their glowing eyes wide with anger, but also now with uncertainty. Ruggedo snarled and jabbed his staff toward the barrier. Shatter, melt, fall. But the spell didn't crack, it didn't break. Instead, it answered. A calm, golden light pulsed through the earth like a heartbeat. The walls of the tunnels softened, not with violence, but with warmth. Flowers bloomed in cracks that had never seen sun. Crystals glowed with Glinda's charm. The soil itself began to sing, not loud, not cruel, just a lullaby made of hope. The gnomes froze. A soft breeze drifted down through the tunnel, impossible, underground, and carried with it the scent of lemon blossoms and starlight. Ruggido's crown began to tilt. His angry eyes narrowed. "What is this?" he hissed. "What are they doing?" From far above, in the heart of the Emerald City, Ozma stood at the center of the palace garden, her hands lifted high. Around her stood Dorothy, Glinda, the Scarecrow, the Tin Woodman, the Cowardly Lion, Tick-Tock, Lilyclip, and all the friends she had gathered on the journey. Behind them, thousands of citizens stood together in silence, not armed, but joined in line. Ozma whispered her final spell, and the spell whispered back. It was not a wall or a weapon. It was a welcome. It said, "We do not return hate with hate. We do not meet anger with fear. We meet darkness with understanding. We meet force with light." The ground trembled again, then stilled. Far below, Ruggido staggered as the tunnel began to seal itself gently, like a door closing without a slam. "No," he shouted, "this isn't how it ends." But it was. The heart of the earth in his hand flickered and dimmed. The magic of peace was stronger. The magic of Oz had spoken. Up above, in the clear morning light, a single petal drifted down from the tallest tree in the palace garden and landed on Dorothy's hand. She looked up. "Is it over?" Ozma nodded slowly. "Yes." Dorothy closed her eyes. The city exhaled. Birds sang again. The wind returned to its soft rustling. Somewhere in the distance, a Munchkin child laughed and ran through the grass, chasing a kite shaped like a lion's tail. There had been no battle, only a choice, and Oz had chosen kindness. Oz had chosen home. That night, the stars seemed brighter than ever. The city glowed not with defenses, but with delight. In her room, Dorothy brushed Toto's ears and tucked Lilyclip into her paper cradle. Outside, the Cowardly Lion yawned beneath the moon, lying on a bed of pillows in the royal courtyard. Dorothy stood by her window and looked out at the sleeping city. "It's safe now," she whispered. "It's really safe." And in the stillness, just before sleep took her, she heard Ozma's voice, soft as the wind. "Because we stood together, we stood strong, and no shadow can last forever. Where light chooses to belong." Dorothy smiled, and the whole land of Oz dreamed peacefully, wrapped in magic, held by love, and guarded by the quiet bravery of those who believe that kindness is the strongest spell of all. Chapter 18: Sweet Dreams in Emerald City. The sky above the Emerald City was painted in deep, gentle hues, velvet purples, soft midnight blues, and starlight white. The towers of the palace shimmered beneath the moon, their emerald spires glowing like fireflies in the distance. It was night in Oz, but not just any night. It was a night of peace, a quiet golden peace that came after. After the journey, after the laughter, after the worries, and even after the darkness had tried once more to rise. The Gnome King's tunnels were sealed with magic and memory. His army had slunk back to the deep, silent places beneath the earth, no longer angry, only tired, and the people of Oz were safe and sound. Dorothy stood at the palace window, wrapped in a robe the color of moonlight, her hair brushed smooth, her cheeks still warm from the day's joy. Toto had already curled into a little cinnamon roll at the foot of her bed, one paw tucked under his chin. Nearby, Lilyclip rested in her soft paper cradle, her tiny parchment hand holding a rose-petal blanket. From the open window drifted the faintest sounds, a lullaby being hummed by a winged monkey nursemaid, the rustle of leaves talking in their sleep, and the rhythmic, quiet creak of the Cowardly Lion snoring on his pillow mound in the courtyard. Dorothy sighed happily. She thought of Fuddlecumjig, where puzzle people laughed as they fell to pieces and kindly helped one another reassemble. She thought of Cut-and-Clip Village, with its living paper flowers and the beautiful gift of a friend no bigger than a thimble. She thought of Utensia and Queen Soup Ladle's bottomless kindness, and silver spoons that carried comfort as gently as a lullaby. She remembered the soft skies of the fluttering country, where thoughts floated like dandelion seeds, and people learned to let go of their worries by holding hands. And most of all, she thought of home, not Kansas, Not even just the Emerald City, but the feeling of home, of being seen, loved, and never truly alone. There was a knock at the door, soft as a feather. Ozma entered quietly, her long hair braided with starlight, wearing a robe that shimmered like morning mist. "I thought you might still be awake," she said with a smile. "I didn't want the day to end," Dorothy whispered. "It was too good." Ozma crossed the room and stood beside her. Together they looked out over the sleeping city. "Every journey ends," Ozma said gently, "but the story doesn't stop. You carry it with you, in your heart, in your dreams, and in the way you smile at the world." Dorothy nodded. "It's funny. I thought we were going out to see the magic of Oz, but what we really saw was all the hearts inside it." Ozma smiled. "You understand the magic better than anyone, Dorothy. It's not in the spells or the sparkle, it's in the courage to care, the kindness that makes people feel safe, the laughter that heals. That's the magic that makes Oz what it is." Dorothy turned and hugged her friend. "Thank you for letting me be part of it." "You always were," Ozma whispered. Ozma kissed Dorothy's forehead and tiptoed back into the hall, her cloak trailing stardust behind her. Dorothy climbed into bed. The sheets were cool and soft. The pillows cradled her like a cloud. Toto let out a small sigh and tucked himself closer to her side. Above the bed, a wind chime made of tiny emeralds tinkled gently, catching the breath of the night. Dorothy closed her eyes. She dreamed of hills that rolled like laughter, of songs sung by trees, and of friends who would always be near, no matter how far she might someday roam. And as she slept, the entire land of Oz seemed to hush. The magic was not asleep. It was watching, it was waiting, and it was whispering softly through the stars. "The journey is over, but the wonder goes on. Rest now, little dreamer. Tomorrow will dawn." And in the quietest part of the night, when all was still and safe and sweet, a gentle breeze passed through the palace garden, carrying with it the promise of more adventures. Someday, but not tonight. Tonight, Oz slept, and so did Dorothy. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.